All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-2705. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Mansell Parita. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Shelton.
Mike Shelton, Your Honor, filling in for Mr. White.
And you, sir, you are Mansell Parita, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination day. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Parita just retained new defense counsel who has not had opportunity to review discovery yet. So I believe this is going to be a good cause adjournment request.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Shelton?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. So we will, so the request is a adjournment for good cause. Right, so Mr. Parita, we're going to adjourn this for good cause. We just retained counsel. You want to make sure they have full discovery, everything the prosecutor has, so they can mount a zealous defense. Okay, sir?
Yes.
All right. And zealously advocate on your behalf. So we'll set a new date for good cause for. What are you thinking?
2 weeks, Your Honor.
2 weeks.
October 24 at 8:30.
Does that work? October 24th at 8:30.
I believe it does, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, so this file is adjourned for good cause to October 24th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-02705, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Shelton.
2 quick questions, Your Honor.
Sure.
And was that date for the preliminary exam? And I do have a substitution of counsel.
I'll take the substitution of I'll take the substitution of counsel. Is this a PCC or a prelim?
I would defer.
Do you want another PCC or a prelim?
May we have another piece?
Yeah, let's do a PCC. So
Same date, time.
same date.
Okay.
Yep.
I just gotta change some codes.
All right. So we'll do this will be adjourned for probable cause conference once again on October 24th at 8:30. I'll put the substitution of counsel in our file and I'll sign it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record, Mr. Shelton?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, it's good to see you. Take care.
Good to see you, Your Honor.
Yeah, no problem. Your Honor, may Mr. Feigelson and I approach this?
You may.
I'm gonna have
Good morning, Mr. Feigelson. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Wilson?
I'm doing well.
Devin Fraser.
Like his notice.
Okay.
Yeah, on a piece.
068. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Maurice Anthony. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
And Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Maurice Anthony, who is not present today, but we'll be asking for his presence to be waived at this time.
All right, Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today? And are we waiving Mr. Anthony's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I did receive some documents from Ms. Schroeder yesterday indicating that Mr. Anthony had some kind of health emergency and was not able to attend today. So I am willing to waive his presence today.
All right. All right, this is the time set for a preliminary examination. It'll obviously be an adjournment. I will indicate for the record that we adjourned this twice for good cause, and then he waived his 21-day rule. So, so we're running out of time on some level. We're
I
just running out of
understand.
time. So this is, and the waiver was done on September 27th, 2024. So this is a request by both parties for adjournment.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. We'll adjourn a couple weeks out.
So my detective is in training from the 21st to the 25th. So after the 25th would be preferred.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. So sometime after the 25th.
Halloween, October 31st at 9.
Does that work?
That should work.
And this adjournment is because of the health issues.
That is correct, yes.
So, all right. So we have D as health conflict. We adjourn to October 31st. At what time?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. All right, so we'll adjourn Mr. Anthony to October 31st at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in docket 2402068? Ms. Wilson,
Not for the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
Not for the defense.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your appearance today.
You guys know where to go? So you're gonna go down this hallway, they go right, and then that's go all the way down that hallway, and then there's gonna be an elevator.
So Mr. Alexander's getting his fingerprint.
That's
right?
correct.
Thank you, Megan.
Mr. Palmetier is Mr. Milks is chatting with him.
Always. Mr. Herrick.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, he has. What?
That was Herrick.
Yeah.
Good, we'll wait for when you're comfortable to call. All right. Last we knew he was in Nuevo County, right?
He is not there.
He was released last week.
I thought we left the PCC. Did we?
We left.
Kind of knowing or kind of
Yeah,
perceiving?
so I think we were gonna treat this as a PCC because he was in Nuevo and then he was released, so we couldn't get him
All right.
here and he was outside the pickup zone, so they wouldn't bring him here.
That's right. He was outside of the pickup zone.
That doesn't make any sense. It's a felony warrant. It should have been a statewide pickup. So,
Nuevo plays by its own rules.
Yeah.
okay, I was, because when they said that, I was like, huh?
You ever been to Nuevo County?
Well, I don't think so. What's in
I think
Laredo?
I think the county jail is the biggest building
Yes.
in Nuevo. County.
No, I don't think I've been to
So,
Laredo.
It's White Cloud, I think.
I think so,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't think, if I have, I've like driven
I
through
think they
it.
share a judge. But that is a big federal facility that.
Oh,
that
yeah.
jail.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, because we've had to do so many US
Yeah.
Marshal writs with Department of Justice
Yeah.
over the years.
I used to be on that side of the state and it was a whole different world.
Oh, yeah.
Getting those
Ready?
writs done by DOJ and the marshals is quite the,
Yeah, different.
Yeah. it's a new form, it's two parts now instead of one.
Good, all the advice on one piece. Hey, Mr. Palmetier, you can come over here, sit by your counsel. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01220. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Ronald Palmetier. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Milks.
And good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Milks on behalf of Mr. Palmetier. Mr. Palmetier is present and seated to my right at this time.
And sir, you are Ronald Palmetier, is that correct? All right, thank you. It's the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that Mr. Palmetier will be pleading to a use of methamphetamine that is a 1-year misdemeanor and or $2,000. The PAC code is 333.74042A-A.
And it's a use of methamphetamine?
Methamphetamine, yep. And there is a sentencing agreement to no further upfront jail at the time of sentencing.
At time of sentencing. And Mr. Milks, is that a fair and accurate statement?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
All right. All right, so Mr. Milks, may I inquire of your client of his advice of rights? And I see you have submitted an advice of rights form indicating the 12 rights listed and it's signed by Mr. Palmetier. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you. And yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Palmetier, you had the opportunity to sign the advice of rights form. I'll go over the major rights with you for you're going to waive these rights for jury trial in order to plead guilty. You're pleading guilty to the use of methamphetamine, which is a 1-year and or 2,000 offense. There's also a Killebrew agreement that you receive no more jail at time of sentencing. Is that a fair statement, sir? Yes. All right. I'll go over the major rights with you. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the court order your witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. You understand these rights and you're waiving these rights, sir? All right. If you're please accepted, it'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish today to plead to the use of methamphetamine, which is the added, is that an added count to or amended?
I think an added count two would be appropriate.
That'll be the added count to of use of amphetamine. Is that your wish today, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I swear.
Okay. I'm gonna bring your attention back to April 24th of 2024 at 3222 West Holmes Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at the 322 West Holmes Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County address on April 24th, 2024? All right. And at that time, did you use the controlled substance of methamphetamine? And you knew it was methamphetamine when you used it? Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
And Mr. Palmetier, you intentionally used that substance, is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your
All
Honor.
right. Mr. Mills?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we will refer to probation. So, Mr. Palmetier, probation should be out to see you, I would think. And they'll do a report and we'll see what aspects are ready for the report. See what options are available to us. They'll have a sentencing date of
December 13th at 9.
December 13th at 9 o'clock. All right, so probation should be out to see you and they'll prepare a report for me and we'll see what options are available to us on December 13th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in docket 24012220, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Mills?
Your Honor, I can't remember regarding, for purposes of the PSI and district court, if there's a substance use assessment.
That's a very good
required.
question.
I don't know if it's required, but I believe there is one that's typically done for controlled substance offenses.
And that's all that we would ask them, if that would be completed as well.
Yeah. If one has not been done, one should be done, but I just don't know.
Typically, when we have controlled substance PSIs, there's usually a substance assessment involved with it.
Let me just check really quick with the. I have it.
I checked. It's a new option, though. It is my submission.
What's that?
I checked the substance abuse.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's check it just in case,
Okay.
because just to have it.
Yep.
If we do it twice, then we do it twice.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24012220?
I forgot to mark these in John's.
Ms. Wilson,
Not for the people.
Mr. Miller.
Sorry, Your Honor, nothing further from the defense. Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor.
All right, I only have a brief, like 2 lines dedicated, so they might need to do a full assessment. I'm not sure. All right, Mr. Palmetier, we'll see you here on December 13th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may, Mr. Carter. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24026669. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Dustin Herrick. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Herrick, who is not present
All
tonight.
right, this is the time set for preliminary examination. This is my understanding, then you can reiterate, make a record. Either party can make a record. We adjourned this from last week. We kind of had heard that Mr. Herrick was no longer in Newaygo County or had just been released from Newaygo County. They had a do not pick up order outside of a certain distance on a felony, which may or may not make sense. Regardless, Mr. Herrick is not here today. I think we adjourned this to a PCC.
I thought that's what we did. It's
Okay.
showing up on our docket as a prelim, but I thought we were gonna treat it as a CC.
That is correct, Your Honor. The plan was to treat it as a PCC.
Yeah, I think that was because,
Yeah.
I think, because the initial thought was to treat this as a PCC, and he would just do a polycom from Newaygo.
Yeah.
If available. But they were pretty straightforward in their, he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
So Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, it's my understanding that after our PCC last week, we got notification that Mr. Herrick was no longer in Newaygo. And it's my understanding in speaking with Mr. Goodrich that his mother or Mr. Herrick's mother, not Mr. Goodrich, Mr. Herrick's mother indicated that he wasn't aware of a court date today and she was going to try to get in touch with him about today. It appears that either didn't happen or he disregarded it. Either way, he's not here. I do have some concerns because of the it sounds like he has several warrants out of several different counties at this point. So I'm a little concerned about just resetting this because we don't really know where he's going to be. So I would be requesting a bench warrant.
All right, Mr. Goodrich, any comment?
No, Your Honor, other than like, so just to confirm that I did have a chance to speak with his mother yesterday, which is the contact information I have for him. She informed me that he did get released, I think, after our hearing last week, and that she would try to reach out to him. But
All right. All right, so the request is a bench warrant. Are you requesting for with a 48-hour release, with a 48-hour hold, or at this point in time with other bench warrants, it doesn't matter?
I think considering it sounds like he has other warrants out, another warrant's not going to do a whole lot different.
Right. So a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued for the defendants failed to appear. And then we'll reset Mr. Herrick once we find out where he is.
Your Honor, just to let the court know, I'm going to be in Judge Simmons' court for the next hour or two.
Okay,
So if he were to show up, feel free
know
to
where-
track me down. and-
we'll know where to find you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goodrich.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record in 2402-669. Thank you for your appearance.
And then I believe we're ready on Ware.
Where, DeAndre Ware. Right, we can go on that. That's Miss Wanji.
You ready?
Nobody.
I believe that was Ms. Sleepiak mentioned that Mr. Hannah
Oh,
had
that's right.
a,
We were doing
yeah.
the probation there. I
Oh,
they're
that's
all
right,
messed
that's
up.
right. I got it.
I remember that now.
I remember it
There was
also.
an update, you know.
Ms. Playback told me and I just forgot, but it's not unusual to have
Yep.
the polycom with nobody in there. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02477. That is people of the state of Michigan versus DeAndre Ware. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wanchi.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I have you want you for Mr. Woods?
And sir, you are DeAndre Ware, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness is here today and the people were ready to proceed. However, in speaking with Ms. Wanji, it sounds like there's some investigation on the defense's end that she wishes to complete before having the opportunity to cross-examine the complaining witness. So I believe just in the interest of judicial economy, it would be best to take the testimony all together instead of starting with direct today and then adjourning to due cross. So I think an adjournment of this one is probably best.
All right, I see we've not waived the 21-day rule. Is this a request for a good cause adjournment, or is this is Mr. Ware prepared to waive his 21-day rule?
I would find a good cause on that.
Okay. So this would, we had a PCC on October 10th. Do you have any objection to adjournment for good cause, Ms. Wilson?
I don't.
So we'll adjourn for good cause. There's really, it's for discovery and for putting the prelim all together.
Yes, that's correct.
And about what's the time, what time period are we looking at?
A week.
I'm gonna need more than a week.
To
for
2 weeks for the subpoenas, so,
So, no,
yeah,
you're good.
yeah, I mean, that, we're close, but
2 weeks.
yeah, and the closest time for subpoenas, so 2 weeks.
October 25th at 2.
October 25th at 2 o'clock. So we'll adjourn for good cause. There's some discovery issues, and then we'll put it all together for the testimony at the prelim for October 25th at 2 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 2402-477, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Nothing for the defense.
All right, Mr. Ware, we'll see you on October 25th at 2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
And then you're already on Wilson?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-976. That is people of the state of Michigan versus L.C. Wilson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Good morning, Your Honor. Melanie, do you want for Mr. Wilson?
And sir, I have you as, you are L.C. Wilson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. And speaking with Ms. Wanji, it sounds like she has not received discovery on the matter. We did receive 2 appearances from the public defender's office, so I think there might have been a bit of a mix-up with those 2 appearances. Additionally, I believe yesterday, a detective reached out to me and indicated there was some additional evidence that was coming in. So I think that we're going to need a good cause adjournment on this as well.
And that's a fair statement, Ms.
It
Wanji.
is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. How much, since you've got the new discovery and then some present, but what's the time frame?
So
for
the
this?
new evidence should be coming over probably this week. The police department has it. It's just a matter of getting into our office. It sounds like it's gonna come in on like a USB disk. So I think at least 2 weeks for subpoenas.
All right. So we've been using the 25th date, but after that wouldn't be, would also help.
Yeah, I know the
Yeah.
25th is getting a little tight.
So I'd say the
How about October 31st?
That works.
following day,
9:30?
October 31st at 9:30. All right, so Mr. Wilson, we're going to adjourn this for good cause. There seem to be some ongoing discovery issues that the public defenders wrapping up, and then there's some new discovery that's coming in from the detective. And so I'm going to indicate we've adjourned for good cause for discovery. So it's a good cause adjournment, October 34 to October 31st at 9:30. Anything else for the record in docket 2402-02976, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wilson, we'll see you on October 31st at 9:30. All right, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's what that is.
You.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
No, because that's a mess, right?
I just want to make sure, because I had to figure out.
We're one of several from Mr. Herrick.
I believe there's a lot.
So,
So, Mr. Vancomer, did you want me to mark your exhibit?
Each individual?
Yes. Okay,
Sorry, I just need to know what I was marking.
Yeah.
We. Mr. Hidalgo still going? Oh, that might be.
Excuse me.
I think, is Mr. Alexander still getting his fingerprints?
I believe so.
I'm marking those as good as
No.
matches.
Judge, you spoke him.
What's that?
Spoke him up. What did you say his name?
I got lucky.
My goodness.
All right, Mr. Alexander, you can come up here with Ms. Diallo.
Thank you. Come on.
I haven't called it yet.
That's okay. We can share the,
We're gonna mark some exhibits and then we'll get started.
okay. How many officers? 3? Okay. The Officer Jones. Hold on, let me get my pen out so I can. Jones.
Moore,
Okay. Jones and
no Jones. Moore, Robertson, and
Oh.
Candell.
who did the initial stop? Jones, right?
Moore.
Why do I keep saying Jones? Let me change this on the file. Hold on. Okay. Hold on, let me go back in here and make sure. Where is more? M-O-R? Jones is at the end. No, that'll be- Okay. Thank you, thank you. So it could be more. Well,
Moore, Robertson,
Robert, okay,
and Candell.
and Dale. Okay, let's take, I
Yeah.
got you. Robert, okay. Judge, can I get my water?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
That's-
13.
Just in-
Ms. Maycomb, we should have.
Everybody have the exhibits, all right.
Yeah, oh, the exhibit, here you go.
I had them.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I just showed it to my phone.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you did good.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02302, That is People of the State of Michigan versus Deshaun Alexander. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. McComer,
Good morning, Your Honor. Natalie Makemer on behalf of the people.
Ms. Diallo,
Good morning to you and your staff. Lillian Diallo, P52036, on behalf of Deshaun Alexander, who is present to my right.
and sir, you are Deshaun Alexander, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination day. Ms. Makeomer, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that we will be proceeding with a preliminary examination. One thing for the court to note, I have spoken with Ms. Diallo this morning. The people do intend to add on charges of resisting and obstructing a police officer. Based on the testimony provided today, we will be asking for that a find over if supported.
All right,
Thank you,
So-
Judge. And at this time, we will make a motion for sequestration.
all right. I don't see, so I'll invoke the sequestration. I don't see anybody in the courtroom, but if anybody comes in that shouldn't be a part of watching another witness testify, bring it to the court's attention and we'll make sure that they're out,
Yes, Your Honor.
because you guys know the case
Very
better than I do.
reasonable, Judge.
Yep. Any other matters to come to the court's attention, Ms. Makeover?
Not for the people, Your Honor.
Ms. Diallo, do you have anything to come to the court's attention before we start the?
No, thank you, Judge.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. Absolutely.
All right, the people may call their first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People called Donovan Moore.
All right, Officer Murray, you can come up here and right in front of me and please state and spell your first name and last name for the record.
Donovan Moore, DONOVANMOORE.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. The microphone goes right to the recorder, so please amplify as best you can to the back of the courtroom. And Ms. McComer, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Moore.
Good morning.
So where are you employed?
As a road patrol police officer for the city of Lansing,
As a road patrol police officer, what are some of your job duties?
I respond to 911 calls or dispatch calls or do traffic stops.
And how long have you been with the Lansing Police Department?
5 years now.
During your time with the Lansing Police Department, have you worked on or investigated cases involving narcotics?
Multiple cases, yes.
Were you working on August 7th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working that day?
Nights.
What does that mean?
8:30 at night till 6:30 in the morning. That's when I work.
During your shift, did you have a reason to come into contact with a person by the name of Deshaun Alexander?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to the court how that contact first was initiated?
Yes, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, August 7th. I was at the red light at Kalamazoo and King, and I saw a blur of a car, SUV, driving northbound. Speed limit there is 45 miles per hour, just because that's my area. I
So
get
Judge, a
my,
narrative.
pardon me?
It's a narrative.
You can break it up. So, I mean,
Sure.
but yeah, so the objection sustained.
Thank you.
You can break it up just so that there's a chance for the attorney to object.
And right.
I'll back up just a little bit then, since we're gonna break that part up. And West Kalamazoo Street and South King Boulevard, is that in the city of Lansing,
Yes, it is.
Ingham County, Michigan?
Yes, it is.
You had stated that you saw an SUV kind of blur by you.
Yes.
What did that indicate to you in a 45-mile-an-hour zone?
Federal speeding going past or speeding higher than 45 miles per hour.
And what did you do as a result of that belief?
I got behind it, attempted to catch up to it. I saw the SUV turn east on West Allegan from South King Boulevard and did not use its turn signal.
Is that still in the city of Lansing?
Yes,
When you observed the vehicle turn, you said east.
yes.
What did you do after observing that vehicle turn east without using its turn signal?
I turned on Allegan and attempted to catch up to it again. The speed limit there is 35. I just suppose it's 35 miles per hour. I was going 40 miles per hour and this vehicle is speeding and getting away from me. So this vehicle is also speeding on West Allegan.
And at this point on West Allegan, did you initiate your overhead lights or sirens or anything of that nature?
No.
And why not?
I could not catch up to the vehicle. It was blocks at me.
Eventually, do you catch up to the vehicle?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
It was right at Pine, Ottawa, when I got behind the vehicle slowed down considerably, and then I turned on my lights at Pine and Genesee.
estimating about how long of a did this happen from the time that you initially saw the vehicle blur by you to the time that the vehicle finally came to a stop?
40 seconds to a minute. Around there.
When the vehicle finally came to the stop, at that point, did you have your overhead lights on?
Yes,
Were you in a fully marked patrol vehicle?
yes,
And were you in a fully marked police uniform?
yes, I was.
The vehicle came to a stop. Again, it was on the road itself, or was it parked in a parkway or something else?
It was on Genesee, it pulled onto Genesee from Pine and it was on the roadway, kind of tilted.
And once the vehicle came to a stop, what then did you do?
So I got out of the car, I work nights, so I turned my spotlight on the driver's side mirror. I got out of my patrol car and I could see Deshaun Alexander staring at me through multiple mirrors. My lights are very bright. Most of the time when I pull people over, I pull over hundreds of people.
Objection, relevance, narrative.
Okay, response to relevance.
In response to the relevance, Your Honor, I believe the answer to that would have been in the next coming sentences from the officer. I believe he was explaining why his lights were on and why he was getting whatever feelings he was.
I think this is part of the stop, so I'll allow it.
Thank you,
Objections
Judge.
overruled.
Thank you. You said I want to back up real quick though before we move on. You said you had seen Deshaun Alexander looking at you through the mirror. Did you know Deshaun Alexander at that time?
No, I did not.
So you saw an individual staring at you through the mirror.
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened next?
It concerned me that he was looking at me and staring at me through his mirrors. He was looking through a spotlight and made me feel like either there was a potential for assault or he had a firearm in the car.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, Judge. Speculation, objection.
And I was going to ask a question to clear that up as far as.
I think this can be ground covered in cross-examination and further questioning might clarify the issue. So the objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Also, you said that it made you feel uneasy that he was staring at you through the mirror and through the spotlight. That you've been a police officer for 5 years
Yes.
for the Lansing Police Department.
Yes.
Approximately how many traffic stops have you conducted in those 5 years?
Over 500. usually.
And do you notice trends or patterns that cause you concern during these traffic stops that you tend to pay more attention to?
Yes.
And are you trained on trends and patterns to pay attention to through your training as a police officer?
Yes, we'll call them pre-assaultive indicators, but
I'm
yeah.
sorry, but say that one more time.
Pre-assaultive indicators?
What was the question? Did you ask?
Are you trained on trends or patterns
Okay,
to pay attention to? in
okay,
traffic
thank you,
stops?
trends and patterns, thank you.
And then the testimony was pre-assaultive indicators.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. What do you mean by a pre-assaultive indicator?
What a person will do, whether in a patrol vehicle, well, specifically in a patrol vehicle that will make a police officer or a reasonable
Judge, can I
officer.
object this to relevance? And I don't necessarily think he's offering any kind of expert opinion, lay opinion, and he's, may I at this time? Judge?
You can object, response?
I think it's absolutely relevant because whatever the officer is trained on, what he is observing on that traffic stop is going to indicate what he does next in that traffic stop.
I think this is part of the traffic stop. I'm going to allow it. Relevance is an issue that makes something more or less probable
Mhm.
concerning the fact of consequence. This stop is obviously going to be somewhat in dispute. So the objection is over.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your answer? What are pre-assaultive indicators?
Some things that a suspect might do before an assault will happen, whether it's through physical assault or using a weapon such as a firearm, whether they're dipping down, you can see them dip down underneath, reaching around the vehicle, staring at a person or clenching their fists, or reaching around the waistband, which usually where I've had more luck with people holding and carrying firearms.
And have you ever conducted a traffic stop where you have noticed some of these pre-assaultive indicators, but nothing negative happens during that traffic stop?
Correct, yes,
That has happened?
yes,
And have you had it where you've noticed these pre-assaultive indicators and negative things do happen during that traffic stop?
yes.
Is it fair to say that these just heighten your awareness?
Yes, there's just something to indicate me by what I pay attention to, and that's why at that time I called out to the driver to exit the vehicle and come back to my car.
And did you use any sort of mechanism to do that or just your voice?
Just my voice, but the driver responded to me and told me no multiple times. I explained to him why I pulled him out or was pulling him over for the no blinker. I told him to get out of the car with his license. He told me no. He was responding and talking back and forth.
There's no question in your mind that he could hear what you were saying because he was responding no to you?
Yes.
Approximately how long does this exchange go on for where you're asking him to exit the vehicle and he's telling you no?
Say at least a minute. And then at that time I asked for another unit because I wasn't going to be approaching that vehicle by myself.
Eventually, does another unit arrive?
Yes.
About how long does that take?
I have another 30 seconds.
And who, if anyone, was in that other, I guess somebody was, who was in that other vehicle?
I believe it was Officer Jones.
When Officer Jones arrived, what happened next?
I approached the vehicle, I talked to the driver, I told him why the staring through the window and the mirrors were concerning to me.
And how did the driver respond to it that time?
He said, I don't remember his response. I just told him about that, and then I asked him if he had any drugs or any firearms in the vehicle at all. He told me no.
Once you received the negative answer, I guess, to whether or not there was drugs or weapons in the vehicle, what did you do?
I asked for his driver's license, which he produced and gave to me, and then I walked back to my patrol car, and I was keeping my eye on the patrol car, or his vehicle the entire time.
And Officer Jones, do you know where that person was at the time that you were back at your patrol car?
I don't recall.
Were there any other officers on scene at this time?
No. Nope.
When you went back to your patrol car, what did you do?
I was paying attention to the vehicle and waiting for more units because I heard more units saying that they're going to be backing up, on the traffic stop. So once more units got there, I explained to them what I had.
And do you recall who those units were?
It was Officer Cantel and Officer Robinson.
And when you mean explain what I had, what do you mean by that?
Told him that next to the vehicle multiple times. He was ignoring my lawful orders. So at that time, I told him that we made the decision to get him out of the patrol car, or get him out of his vehicle.
And why were you going to get him out of his vehicle?
I was concerned the fact that he had a firearm in there, and I told him already multiple times to get out of the vehicle. If people come out of the vehicle multiple times with their driver's license, insurance, and everything, that's very normal to me, and especially if I explain to people why I'm pulling him over. The fact that he wasn't, I doubled down on the fact that there was a potential firearm.
Now, eventually, does Mr. Alexander get out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And were you there when Mr. Alexander got out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Can you explain to the court how that happens?
Yes, Officer Kendall, I observed Officer Kendall tell Alexander to get out of the vehicle multiple times.
I'm gonna object to what Officer Candale said.
No, he hasn't said
That's
anything
hearsay.
yet,
Well, he's
but
getting ready to.
he's just, and then we'll take the hearsay objection. But he's just indicating what he saw right now, is that
No,
correct?
he said, Officer Candale said, so that's why I got up and objected under hearsay for state and constitutional federal due process.
My understanding is he indicated, said was the last thing he said, not the first thing. He was not, well, go ahead, Mr.
Right,
Chairman.
I do think he said I observed Officer Candell tell Mr. Alexander to get out of the vehicle multiple times.
Okay,
I also believe, Your Honor, that would be a hearsay exception of effect on the listener, and the listener's state of mind, as well as the declarant's state of mind at this point, Your Honor. Officer Moore is trying to determine how he's going to conduct this traffic stop, the next points in this traffic stop. And so being able to tell the court what's happening in real time, as far as the state of mind, I think is important for this court and would call under a hearsay exception.
okay.
So Judge, I would take umbrage at that. One, hearsay is a statement offered by a declarant other than while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So I believe there was something that happened. He's saying what the officer said. You cannot tell me the state of mind or the effect on the listener at this particular
If
time.
it's not
if I'm
offered for the truth,
person.
I can.
Well, I don't know. I think, is it?
I think she just said it wasn't.
Did you say that? Well, okay, so why is it relevant then? If it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, why is it relevant under 402?
It's the well, why is it relevant?
Yeah.
Your Honor, it goes to the ultimate issue here is we obviously we're here for a possession with intent to deliver narcotics. We are also asking this court to add on resisting and obstructing charges. The entire picture for this court to understand the demeanor of the defendant, the officer's attempts to get the defendant to comply with commands is important for both of those charges.
But Judge, so if it's this officer that's testifying as to the resisting and obstructing as to him, I don't have a problem. I believe they'll put the other witness up that will testify or try to establish the resisting and obstructing as to him himself. So that as to the officer himself. So that's what the objection would be. So
Right. So the objection is to hearsay. I find that it's not hearsay because it's not offered for the truth. Effect on the listener is that there's also another hearsay, which is not hearsay under 804, which would be that anything the defendant says during the trial may be an opposing party statement. That may be part of this also. But I do think this is background as the effect on the listener. So I'll allow it, and I'll allow it for that matter. I do find it to be relevant because it makes an issue of fact more or less probable in a fact of consequence in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
So you say that you observed Officer Candell tell the defendant multiple times to exit the vehicle. What else did you observe?
At that time, well, Alexander said no, told Officer Kendall no, and then at that time, Officer Kendall told him he was under arrest.
And what happened once Officer Candell told the defendant he was under arrest?
The door was open, and then that's when I went over to the other side, which I was on the passenger side, so I went over to the driver's side, and Alexander was handcuffed.
And do you know who opened the driver's side door?
I don't recall.
So when Alexander was handcuffed, who did the handcuffing?
I don't recall.
I guess, was it you that did the handcuffing?
No,
You were standing there.
yeah,
with back up?
assisting grabbing on a hand or a shoulder or arm, excuse me.
Okay.
Grabbing something.
His shoulder and arm. Was grabbing
Okay,
Alexander's
shoulder and arm. Okay, thank you.
Once Mr. Alexander was handcuffed, were you able to identify him? Or I'm sorry, you were already able to identify him with his ID.
Yes.
Once he was handcuffed, what happened next?
That time I walked back to the car, to my patrol car with Officer Kendall and Alexander. And I saw Officer Kendall searching Alexander. And then I saw Officer Kendall pull out a wad of cash, which we counted it was a total of $2,614.
And was that in large bills, small bills, or a mixture?
Large bills, mostly 20 and 100s that I saw.
And why was this significant to you at that time?
Like I said before, I've pulled over multiple people that use narcotics, and I've also pulled over people that will deal narcotics, and that large amount of cash is, especially that behavior in the vehicle, it made me believe that at that point, there was some type of narcotics in the vehicle too, along with firearms.
So Judge, and I know I've been overruled, but I'm going to just have a continuing objection to this line of questioning under state and federal constitutional due process grounds. And I'll sit down, but just a running objection for the record.
All right, so the officer was testifying as to his what response?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe the officer is giving the court the factors that he's using and whether or not there's reasonable suspicion and or probable cause in this case for the ultimate charges and the arrest that's made in this file.
All right, with the understanding that the objection is ongoing at this matter, the objection's overruled at this time,
Thank
and you may proceed.
Once you located the currency or the money on Mr. Alexander, what happened next?
It was seized. Alexander was placed in the back of my patrol car, and then Officer Robertson told me that she saw a scale.
Well, can I object as to what Officer Robertson told him?
Objection is to hearsay.
Your Honor, again, this goes to the effect on the listener. At this point, Mr. Alexander is in the back of a patrol car in custody. I believe the purpose of this statement is that he can explain to the court why he then does what he does next, which is an offer of proof as Miranda, and then an interview regarding the scale and the money that is found.
All right, response.
Okay, so Judge, so I think what's going on is that we have a search, I would suppose, at this particular time. So someone is in the car, searching the car, if that's what I'm to understand. And during that search, that person finds a scale.
That's not accurate, Your Honor.
Well, what is it? Because I need to understand for my notes, because look, let me just show you what I have.
Officer,
I have the whole thing.
I understand you've been notes, but Officer Moore just testified that what he heard Officer Robertson report is that she observed in plain view a scale on the center console. So it would not be a search, it's a plain view observation.
Well, okay. Judge, if as an offer of proof, if that's what Madam Prosecutor is saying, that
What's the nature of your objection?
so the nature of my objection is hearsay. First of all, right? It would be up to Officer Robertson to testify as to what she observed, right? Because that would be the best evidence, and it's not within his personal knowledge as to what she observed.
Response to the hearsay objection.
Again, Your Honor, it's not being offered for its truth, it's being offered to show why Officer Moore, again, does the following Miranda rights in the interview.
So I'm going to define it as not hearsay. It's not offered for the truth. It's being offered to show something other than the truth. It's not being taken as substantive evidence. It's being taken as an effect on the listener, so to speak. So the objection's overruled.
Thank you. Once Officer Moore reported to you, she observed in plain view, what did you do next?
Once Officer Robertson told me about that.
I'm sorry, Officer.
Officer Robertson told me about the scale. I was securing the money, doing some just clerical stuff, running the plate and doing some stuff. And then I was shown by Officer Robertson about a huge plastic baggie. It was white powdery substance inside of it and a small black plastic baggie. And inside that plastic baggie was like a corner piece, which I suspect to be cocaine.
That's something you actually saw.
Yes, I did see it.
And why did you suspect that to be cocaine?
I have arrested multiple people for possession of cocaine, same powdery substance and the same wrapping in the plastic baggie. People that use cocaine or deliver narcotics will also.
Can I object just to the narrative, Judge, at this point?
I
He's talking about users, he's talking about sellers, he's talking about a lot in one question.
response.
I don't believe it's a narrative, Your Honor. I think he's explaining to the court why he believed what he observed as cocaine was cocaine.
So I'm gonna allow the testimony, but break it up with some questions just so counsel can object. That's the reason we have a narrative. So the objection's overruled at this point in time. And you may proceed, Mr. McComb.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had said that you observed cocaine before on prior
Arrest,
arrests. Okay. And the packaging you said was the same
yes,
or consistent with what you know to be packaging of narcotics.
yes,
You said that there was also black substance that you observed.
there's a black plastic bag inside the larger plastic bag,
And at that time, you could not see through the black plastic bag. Is that accurate?
that's correct.
After observing what you believe to be cocaine, learning that there was a scale found in Plainview and the money, what did you do in regards to Mr. Alexander?
I Mirandized him so I could talk to him.
And did he agree to answer your questions?
Yes, he did.
And speaking of Mr. Alexander, first, let me back up a little bit. Were you able to determine who the vehicle belonged to, if anyone?
Yes,
And who was that?
I believe her name is pronounced Nun Lai. It's Sean told me that it was his girlfriend.
And for the record, is that spelled Nhungh as the first name
Yes,
and Ly is the last name?
yes.
When Mr. Alexander told you that that was his girlfriend's vehicle, did he also tell you why he was in possession of that vehicle at that time?
Yes, he told me that she bought the car in Detroit the week prior to when I pulled him over. It was in the shop to get fixed. He and his girlfriend picked it up, and then he dropped his girlfriend off at work. That's why he was in possession of it.
And did he indicate that that had happened that day?
Technically 6th, because I pulled him over the 7th of the morning, but yes.
Is there a Miranda form or anything?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Alexander had told you that they had picked up the vehicle. Mr. Alexander and his girlfriend had picked up the vehicle from the shop on the 6th. And he had dropped his girlfriend off at work, he said, and that's why he was still in possession of it at 2 a.m. on the 7th.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And speaking of Mr. Alexander, did he indicate that he had any possessions in the vehicle?
yes. After I Mirandized him, he told me that he had some cigarettes in the cup holders and some weed in the side door frame, which was noteworthy to me because where he indicated, well, first he told me that he didn't know anything about the drugs at all. So after that, I thought it was noteworthy because the scale was right next to where the cigarettes, he told me that.
And again, that scale being in plain view.
Yes,
At any point, did you come to doubt Mr. Alexander's statement regarding why he was in possession of the vehicle?
yeah.
And what brought that doubt upon?
He only wanted to talk to his girlfriend, and so I took his phone. He was able to unlock it, and then he called his girlfriend while I was in the background patrol car. And after that, I was speaking to her all through his phone.
And in speaking with her, did the story that you heard from her match the story that you heard from Mr. Alexander?
No,
Did you inquire to Mr. Alexander as to why he had such a large amount of money on him?
yes, I did.
And how did he respond to those questions?
Told me that he worked at a barber shop in the south end of Lansing. He makes a certain amount of money, which I can't remember specifics, but it's in my report. But he's currently had that money from the barber shop.
Did you ask him about any bills or responsibilities that he had financially?
Yes, I did.
And did he indicate to you what some of those were?
Yes, he did.
Did Mr. Alexander indicate to you who he worked for at the barber shop?
I believe his name was Sonny P. That's what he calls him.
And did he have any sort of, he being Mr. Alexander, have any sort of contact information for Sonny P?
No, not at the time.
Did you find that to be odd?
I did, yes. I mean,
What-
he was-
So Judge, so, and I know I'm gonna probably be overruled, but I'm gonna object. 1, relevance. 2, it's leading. 3, foundation.
So response.
order, Your Honor, relevance, again, it goes to the officer's overall conclusions regarding the case, his ability to determine within his control, the, whether or not Mr. Alexander is being deceptive in his answers to him, whether or not his story has any sort of credibility. I believe it absolutely is relevant in that. Leading, Your Honor, it is not a leading question. A leading question would suggest an answer. Simply having a yes or no question does not make it a leading question. And I am so sorry, I forgot what you said objection.
Hearsay, I think.
So. Foundation.
Foundation.
Okay, so so the leading nature of the questions, Judge, have been consistent, but I don't really take great umbrage at that unless it's going on and on and on. So I believe she is leading the witness. He should be able to testify from his memory. He should not have answers suggested to him. Foundational and yeah, I think that's the last one, the foundation.
Foundation.
So I'm going to overrule the objections. Anything told him goes to the investigation. The leading aspect of it goes towards some clarification as to some statement, but you can cross on any of that. And I don't find that you were suggesting an answer to him when you were asking him the questions, and that's the nature of a leading question.
Thank you.
And then the foundational, I believe this is all part of foundation. So with that understanding, the objection as to the three are overruled. And Ms. McComber, you may proceed.
And once again, Judge, just so the preface it, so the record only speaks with words. I'm objecting to these lines of questioning because I believe there are constitutional due process issues under the Michigan Constitution and the federal Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. The objection's overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Why did you find it? Why was it noteworthy to you that Mr. Alexander did not have competition for false?
I think the biggest noteworthy thing was that he knew his nickname, but not his real name. I have friends, best friends I grew up with, who have nicknames, but I know their real names. Also the fact that if you work for somebody, I would understand at least some type of beginning numbers with phone number or something that you could work for a while.
And again, it was, whose cell phone did you utilize when you contacted Mr. Alexander's girlfriend?
His cell phone.
Ultimately, was Mr. Alexander arrested?
Yes, he was.
And what was he arrested for?
Obstruction, when I told him multiple times to get out of the vehicle, and also for sexual intent to distribute cocaine.
The vehicle, was that still parked in the roadway when the arrest took place?
Yes, it was kind of crooked, so it was still on Genesee blocking the road, so it was definitely a traffic hazard at that point.
And as a result of that, what, if anything, did you and your agency do?
I did a tow file, indicating the plate information, the vehicle information, and kind of stuff like that, and then the vehicle was towed by Northside.
The Zoom on in the other courtroom.
Oh, sorry.
Probably a tape or something.
Yeah. Was there any other, aside from the narcotics located in the vehicle, were there any other narcotics or medicines found on Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, so at the jail we found, essentially found like a blue pill. Alexander said it was a Viagra pill, but I wasn't able to confirm that.
Yeah, because he's been amazing. We have the same idea. I have the same.
John, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Okay, I'm handing you a thing marked as people proposed exhibits 1 through 3. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them as?
The vehicle that I pulled over that day.
Do they appear to be a fair and accurate representation of that vehicle?
Yes.
At this time, the people would move to admit exhibits 1, 2, and 3 into evidence.
Any objection to the people's admission of the exhibits 1, 2, and 3, Ms. Diallo?
I do not. I'm reasonable.
All right. So without objection, the exhibits are admitted. Admitted in evidence.
Thank you. Also, more specifically looking at exhibit number 3. I see a license plate on that vehicle. Is that a standard Michigan license plate?
It's a paper plate.
And was that something that you considered in your traffic stop as well?
Oh, well, that's leading, Judge.
I believe, Your Honor, if I would have asked Isn't it true that you
There you.
considered that? That would have been a leading question. Asking simply, was it something, is just a yes or no question. Again, it's not suggesting the answer. He's free to say no.
I'll let you phrase the question. So the objection sustained and you can rephrase. Did you consider that or, you know? Kind of what you asked already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you consider that type of license plate in your overall considerations within the traffic stop?
I just made note of it in my report. Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish those to the court?
You may.
Council Rowland, next question. If you saw Mr. Alexander again, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes,
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
yes, he's to my left, wearing a long plaid hoodie.
Your Honor, for the record, may reflect identification.
And that is sitting on to the left of counsel. Is that correct, sir?
My left to the right.
And her right. All right.
Yes.
Any objection to identification for purposes of prelim, Ms. Diallo?
Well, I mean, it's a question for the court, so no, I'm okay with that.
So the answer,
I don't have, yeah, so with the identification, once the court accepts it, I don't object to it.
So without, so I don't know what that means, but.
Well, I can tell you, Judge.
the-
I'm gonna tell you, because I've seen,
It's a yes or no question. Yeah. It's a yes or no question.
I mean,
Any objection
to his,
to the, he just identified your client, you know, as at the preliminary examination for purposes of prelim. Any objection to that?
he's the only one sitting here, but yes, I object.
Okay, with the objections noted and the witness has identified the defendant for purposes of prelim. You may
Thank
proceed.
you. Nothing further.
All right.
All right.
Cross-examination, Ms. Diallo.
Can I see the exhibits, please, Judge,
Yeah.
1 through 3? Thank you. So, Officer Morris, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
All right, so you testified that the vehicle that Mr. Alexander was in was parked in the middle of the street, kind of, right?
It was crooked, kind of crooked.
Well, who made it straight in exhibit 1, 2, and 3? Isn't it close to the curb in exhibits 1, 2, and 3?
There's parking spots there that's noted, like there's lines there saying this is the parking where it should be parking if you're parking on the side of the street, and he's not, and the car's not in those lines at all. It's
Oh,
a big portion of the vehicles in those streets.
thank you so much. Let's look at People's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Now, did you say that the car was somewhat in the street
Yes.
during the stop?
Yes,
People's Exhibit 1, does that indicate that that car is away from the curb in that area?
yes.
Permission? Okay,
You may, you
Thank
may.
so, okay. So you're saying People's Exhibit 1, we see a car, correct?
Yes,
All right, and we see some lines, it's a bigger car, right? Right?
yes.
Okay, let's look at People's 2. Does it not appear as if the car has wheel to curb in Exhibit 2?
What do you mean by wheel to curb?
Right there, look, here's the curb, right here on the passenger side, right? And you don't see where it's in the middle of a street blocking anything, do you?
Right.
Yes or no? I mean,
Which question? You told me the wheel to curb, then you asked me a different question about the street. So which one?
whichever one you want to answer.
No, I mean,
That's not how the cross-examination works.
Well, he
Ask
said-
him a question
I
and then he
was,
answers
Judge,
the
but
question.
you know, well, just let me object for the record then.
Okay.
Judge, I don't answer his questions. He's not allowed to
He just wants to
question.
know what question answer, man.
Yeah, Judge, but he's not allowed to do that. That's not the purposes of this whole thing, right? So if he would just not ask me questions, if you don't understand
Okay,
something, you can ask me, you don't
All right,
understand.
so the objection is overruled and you're overruled. Only answer the question asked. If you don't understand the question, you have to rephrase it because I didn't understand the question. So
Okay,
can you rephrase it?
I can. People's Exhibit 2, does it appear as if the truck is at the curb?
No,
Okay. All right. And so does it appear to be out in the middle of the street?
in the middle, no, closer to the street than the curb, yes.
Okay, so can you look at People's Exhibit 2 and give me maybe a distance from the curb to the car? Based on People's Exhibit number 2?
I'd say more than a foot, just from
Okay.
the line, from the cement, from the road, the concrete and the cement from the curb. You can tell line for two different colors.
Sure, but can we agree that the back where we see light right here is going to be the right passenger side, right?
Yes.
So it does appear as if it is close to the curb.
Is that a question?
Does it appear as if it's close to the curb?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object us to ask and answer multiple times.
I'll allow the witness some leeway on cross-examination, the attorney. So the question is there, it does appear that this has been asked before, but does there, tell me what, answer the question, okay? So, answer the question that's been asked like 6 times now.
Yes, maybe approach. But matter of fact, so Judge, at this point in time, I think I'm going to have to yield to the court and have a seat. I don't think I'm being able to effectively represent my client at this particular time.
Ms.
I've done
Diallo,
this for
you
30 years.
for some reason, you think you have to make a record.
I do.
So let's have the witness take off the stand, and Ms. Diallo can testify or whatever she wants. She can indicate what she wants to say on the record. She doesn't feel comfortable saying it in front of the
No,
witness.
it's okay.
So
He's heard it, Judge.
Well,
Right.
no,
I'm
I'll
gonna
do
sit
it this
down.
way, all right? All right. All right, so witness, let's have you, because there's made some allegations here. So let's have you step down, wait outside, and then we'll make a record and we'll bring you back on for cross. The record, the officer has stepped off. He's now out of the courtroom. He's awaiting cross-examination. Ms. Diallo has indicated that she wants to make a record. Ms. Diallo, you may proceed.
I think I've already made my record, Judge. So I understand the contentious nature sometimes of what we do, and I understand when we're in district court sometimes, that, you know, it is what it is. I get that. I don't take umbrage with things like that. But it appears as if I'm being limited in my ability to represent my client at this particular time. The objection, I get the objections, but now you're objecting and saying things about this lawyer saying, well, I didn't understand the question, right? And you know, I didn't get that when she was examining anyone. So I believe I'm not being able to represent my client to the fullest extent. I know, you know, you sustain overrule, that happens, right, Judge? But I don't have the feeling that I'm able to ask the officer the questions that I need to ask him. And look, I got officers in my family. We have ATF, we have everybody. I'm not disrespectful of law enforcement, but I do have to ask them questions when they're sitting up there making allegations. So with that, I'll sit down. Thank you.
All right, any response to that litany of?
I guess all that I would say is that I did make a couple of objections based on asked and answered. I believe the witness asked a question that Ms. Gallo was not happy about him asking, you know, which question do you want me to answer? It did not appear to the people that the court was not allowing Ms. Gallo to question the witness. It appeared that the court was trying to clarify a question for the record, and as a fact finder, I believe the court has the ability to do so. I guess now I'm concerned as to what happens next.
We'll put the witness back on the stand, and I'm going to ask Ms. Diallo if she wants to continue her cross-examination. If she doesn't, then we'll do a redirect. All right. So let's have the witness brought back on the stand now that a record's been made. But Officer Donovan, I'm going to have you retake the stand, please. And Ms. Diallo, you indicated that you did not want to finish your cross-examination. You started your cross-examination. Do you now want to finish your cross-examination?
Judge, I think, so what I said was, I felt I was being obstructed and I did not feel comfortable. You've already indicated off the record, because you excused this witness, right? And I'm making the record right now. The tone and the tenor that I'm being subjected to, I don't deserve. But okay, I will continue.
That's not answering my question, man. The question is,
I did answer it.
do you plan on finishing your cross?
Absolutely.
All right, you may proceed.
Under these circumstances, I'm objecting, but I'm going to do it.
All right.
Okay, just one second. So you were at the car for an hour and 17 minutes, or you were out there, your body cam, correct?
Yes.
All right. Just one second. I'm just gonna pull up something real quick. And so let's say, are you 3-4 traffic? Is that your handle?
3 on 34,
Say that again?
3 Adam 34.
Okay, thank you.
You
3.
might hear 34.
Oh, no worries. Okay. And so do you, when you first encounter the car, do you call over to dispatch and give them the license plate or the paper plate that's on the Yukon?
Yes.
Okay. And so 4 seconds later, well, okay, how about this? It's a short while later, do you direct Mr. Alexander to come out the car to talk to you?
Yes.
Okay. And there was, Mr. Alexander, as you said before, I asked you why, correct? Is that correct?
I don't know if he asked me why, but I explained him. I just wanted to give a chance. If someone doesn't want to come out of the car, I at least want to tell them why I'm pulling them over. So I gave him the reason.
Okay, so you did not say at the 58-second mark, because I told you to, man, come on. You didn't say that, did you?
I don't recall the 58-second mark for that hour.
Okay, but do you recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, thank you. All right, did you ever tell Mr. Alexander after he was querying why he had to step out of the car because he was staring you down?
Yes.
Let's be clear, the windows of this car are tinted, correct?
I don't recall that, if I'm honest.
Okay. So do you tell Mr. Alexander that you want him to come out of the car and talk to you?
Yes.
So let's be clear. The reason why you wanted Mr. Alexander to come to the car and talk to you is because he was speeding, I guess, correct?
No.
Okay, because he was staring you down, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's not against the law, is it, sir?
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay. So you decide you're going to pull Mr. Alexander out of the car because you did not like him looking at you.
It's not because I didn't like it, it's because it made me concerned that there was a firearm in the car.
A what?
A firearm in the car?
Okay. And yet you did not find a firearm in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
When you pulled Mr. Alexander out of the car, when he comes to you, did you check him for any indicators of a firearm?
I did not do that, no.
Okay. Do you know, yes or no, based on what you observed, did anyone that was with you, did they pull any ammunition or holster any of those things off of Mr. Alexander?
I would say no, because none was tagging that.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
Notified to me.
Okay, did you tell Mr. Alexander to bring his ID back to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And Mr. Alexander said, you know, my hands are right here, correct? So he said, my hands are right here, bro, you can come get it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he showed hands, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're aware that traffic stops can go pretty wrong if you're a certain hue, correct? Like if you're black or brown. Traffic stops can go bad, correct?
Traffic stops can go bad in any situation.
Correct, right, okay. All right, but in any event, did you say, okay, can you roll the window down for me? If you remember.
I don't recall that.
Okay, that's fair. So do you tell Mr. Alexander you need license and registration, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Now, the vehicle you're in, is it equipped with dash cam as well?
Yes.
All right. So is there a dash cam of this incident as well?
Yes.
All right. Do you have a body worn cam?
Yes, I do.
There's body worn cam, correct?
Correct.
And so with the dash cam, it would not have showed any speeding if I'm to understand what I'm looking at.
So it has a 30-second playback function
Okay.
with no audio, or sorry, yeah, no audio.
Okay.
Excuse me. But I didn't look at that when it would have started 30 seconds
Sure.
prior.
Okay, let me just see. Permission to approach this way.
You may.
Okay, he's got it. Never mind, it's been cleared up. So we should have different I guess, cams for you, one body worn cam and then the dash cam, correct?
Yeah, there's a front camera and a
Right.
rear camera.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, does Mr. Alexander ever say, why are you stopping me?
I don't recall if he asked me, but I know I made sure I told him why I did.
Okay. Did you say, tell him, hey, man, it's not a big deal?
I could see myself saying that.
Okay. Okay, and then did you ask Mr. Alexander, was there anybody else in the vehicle with him?
When would I have asked?
Right before, at any time, when you first initiated this traffic stop?
I don't recall that specific
Okay,
question.
but so we're clear, this is a traffic stop, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And so why did you direct him to come out of the car and bring you his ID?
Because I have his driver's license, because you have to have a driver's license to drive, so I wanted him to come out of the car with his driver's license, so I didn't have to go back to the car to get it, to come back to me once he were to come out of the car.
Okay, and so the Lansing Police Department, do they have practices, policies, and procedures for traffic stops?
Yes.
Did you ever tell Mr. Alexander the reason why you asked him out of the car, or I asked you out of the car, is because it is so uncomfortable for you to be watching me? I guess that's the best thing I can say with this word, what's going on here.
No, I
Did you ever say
explained it,
that?
I explained it in more detail than that.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Did you tell Mr. Alexander, I mean, everybody rolls the window down, but it's weird to look at a bright light and wait for someone to walk up to the car.
I can see, yes.
But sir, it's a traffic stop. Is that not the duty and function of a police department when they stop a car to make contact, citizen contact?
What I said to him has nothing to do with what I do as my patrol, as a
Okay.
patrol officer. When you're staring at me through a bright light, I mean, I still have to make contact with you somehow.
Okay.
I want to make sure I do it safely,
All right.
make sure it's safely for him too. So that's why I asked about patrol.
So, thank you. So before he's ever pulled out of the car or any of that, you ask him, are there any guns in the car, correct?
Correct.
You ask him, are there any drugs in the car, correct?
Correct.
And that's going to be before you Mirandize him, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you Mirandize him, you don't have a form or anything, constitutional rights form for him?
We have like a small card, but not like one of those.
Okay.
bigger pieces of paper.
Okay, thank you. And did Mr. Alexander, while his hands are up, say, well, I don't have a warrant or anything, why are you taking me out of my car?
I don't recall him saying that.
And so did you say at some point in time, get out of the car?
My body cam shows that, yes. I mean,
Okay, thank you. And were there, how many cars pulled up? Was it 6 police cars that pulled up?
No, it can't be because there's only 5 districts in the north end.
Okay, were there 6 people maybe out there, if you know, 6 officers?
I don't recall.
Oh, no worries, okay. Did Mr. Alexander ever indicate to you, bro, I'm scared of getting out the car, I'm scared. Please, Jesus, I didn't do anything. Do you recall him indicating fear of stepping out of the car?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Okay. So that we're clear, before you even told Mr. Alexander why you pulled him over, you told him to step out of that car.
Yes.
Okay. And did you indicate because he did not use a turn signal? He didn't use a turn signal, correct?
Correct.
And if I'm clear, that is a civil infraction, correct?
Correct.
Speeding is a civil infraction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So by civil infraction, those are not arrestable offenses, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever hear Mr. Alexander say, I pulled right over and you indicated, I'm happy you rolled your window down? It's the fact that you're staring me down that I'm not comfortable with. That is super weird to me, 100%.
You're saying that I said that, then, okay.
I mean, if it's in your body cam, would you quibble?
If it was in my body cam, then, okay.
Okay. And your indication is no one stares you down unless stuff happens? But people can look at you, right?
Looking and staring are two different things.
Oh, well, in a traffic stop, it's probably a more pressurized environment, correct?
I have no idea what's in that vehicle at all.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you do. I'm not taking any umbrage with that. Okay. And when you say a lot of cash, you said $2,000 is a lot of cash, right?
Yes,
To you, to carry.
correct.
But that's not necessarily illegal, is it?
No,
To
not in
carry.
and of itself illegal, no.
Right, because if I had $2,000 in my purse, that's not necessarily indicative of drug sales, is it?
The scale it would be.
No, but yeah, but I'm just talking about the cash.
No,
Okay. And was there conversation amongst you and the officers as to what the probable cause for this incident to arrest what could be? PC incident to arrest?
I don't recall a conversation being had about that.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. And so once you identified yourself as an officer, well, when you turned the lights on, Mr. Alexander did stop, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. All right. Okay. Hold the next thing down. All right. So. Mr. Alexander is pulled out of his vehicle, correct? Right? He's out of his vehicle,
Yes,
whether he,
yes.
however, he's out of the vehicle, right? And when he's out of the vehicle, he's not near anything in the vehicle that could cause you harm because he's already out of the vehicle, correct?
He's still near the vehicle in the door frame, in the door jam.
But didn't you ask him to walk back to you?
He never did. He was taken out of the car somehow.
Wait, okay, so wait a minute, let's do this.
Okay.
He's taken out of the car, correct?
Correct.
All right, and at the time he was taken out of the car, he's away from the car at some point in time, correct?
At some point, yeah, he has to my,
Okay, and when he's away from the car, at that point, his vehicle is searched, correct?
I don't recall what they were doing specifically over there because I wasn't over there. I was
Okay.
notified by Officer Robinson about something she saw.
I understand that, but at that time, Mr. Alexander is not close to that vehicle, is he?
No,
Okay, and so is there any particular reason why a warrant wasn't requested to search the vehicle?
it was getting towed.
I understand, so is there an inventory policy?
Yes,
Okay, and so it was getting towed. Does that give you the ability to open up things that are within that vehicle, like containers? Even if it's getting
what
towed?
kind of container, I guess.
The armrest, any of those things that are concealed.
Yes, because I found money on him. I don't know if there's more money in jewelry or anything. I want to make sure I document everything in the toll file that I did.
Okay, and do you have a copy of that?
The toll file?
Yes.
No, I don't. It's all through electronics. I don't ever have a copy of that as a police officer.
You have access to that. Do you incorporate it in a report somewhere?
On my report, I believe I put in the report that a toll file was completed or something. I don't
Okay.
recall though.
Okay. All right. And so what your thoughts are is the vehicle was inventory, correct?
Correct.
All right. And things were open that were within that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you did you at any time get a warrant to do a more thorough search of the vehicle?
I did not get a warrant for the vehicle, no.
Do you know if there was one that was had in this particular matter?
No.
Okay. Okay, just one second. Were there any suspected narcotics on Mr. Alexander's person at the time that he was pulled out the car and searched?
Did find a pill later on.
But that you thought there was a little blue pill though, right?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm talking about a suspected narcotic, in this case would be cocaine, any kind of powder base. Did you find cocaine on it?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Or suspected cocaine, I should say. All right, just one second, okay? I think I'm almost done. And we can agree that your body cam would have been the thing that captured the full scope of this interaction between yourself and Mr. Alexander.
Anytime that I would have talked to him, yes.
Okay, oh, just one second, okay, sir. You have the picture with the scale? Yeah. I got it, thank you. Or on that for me, thank you. And is it fair to say you didn't recover the scale yourself, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to ask you about that. All right, just one second. Officer Moore?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions for you, sir, and good morning to you.
Redirect, Ms. McCombs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Up to more the vehicle, was it legally parked in the stop in which it was stopped?
Objection leading.
You can rephrase that. Objection sustained. You can have them tell them once again how the vehicle was parked.
How was the vehicle parked in the street?
It was not parked in the white lines of indicated where it's supposed to be legally parked on the side of the road. It was outside those white lines where part of the vehicle was inside the roadway.
As part of your policies for Lansing Police Department, are you allowed to leave a vehicle that is illegally parked in a roadway?
No.
Hey, I'm sorry.
As part of your policy, I think I said the Lansing Police Department,
Okay.
are you allowed to leave a vehicle that is not legally parked in the roadway?
That is not legally parked.
Yes.
Okay.
Officer Moore, on cross-examination, Ms. Yellow had asked you if you had searched Mr. Alexander. I'm not sure if you said, I'm sorry, if defense counsel said waistband or just kind of motioned to waistband, but if you had searched Mr. Alexander for a weapon, did you perform the search incident to arrest on Mr. Alexander?
No, I did not.
Who did that search?
Officer Kendall.
Would it be common for you to do a second search if an officer had just performed a search incident to arrest?
Yes.
It's common for you to do a second search on scene?
Oh, not on scene. If it's something that I feel comfortable with and I'm watching, which I did watch and see Officer Kendall search, it looked good to me. I had to do another one at the jail, so I had to do one at the jail.
I see, thank you. So on scene, you would not have, in your course in practice, done a secondary search on Mr. Alexander at that time?
Not at this time, no.
And on cross-examination, you had indicated that the reason you directed Mr. Alexander to come back to you with his driver's license is you did not want him to re-enter the vehicle to get his driver's license. Why did you not want Mr. Alexander to re-enter the vehicle if he would have, in theory, complied with your commands and come out the first time?
Biggest concern for me was the firearm being in the vehicle, so makes my job a lot easier. It makes it a lot more comfortable too. If I don't have you get out of the vehicle and say like, well, I need your driver's license, and most of the time, if someone doesn't have their driver's license on them, it's in the vehicle, whether it's a purse or a wallet. And so I didn't want him, Alexander, to go back in the vehicle if I'm asking him out. So I was just trying to make sure I can get ahead of it I'm trying to get him out of the vehicle without getting the proper documentation, the traffic stop, so he didn't have to get back in the vehicle.
And also on cross-examination, you had indicated that you believe you completed a tow file and that it's electronic. Can you explain what that process is or what that system is in which you're talking about a tow file?
Yeah, so a toll file, you have to put the plate information in, the vehicle, and the VIN, the number on the vehicle, what color it is, the make, model, who the vehicle owner, their address, any like lien information, and that's what I did for that.
And where do you put that into?
It's electronic, so for traffic follow-up, I believe we'll have access to that, the officer or sergeant in charge. They go through a lot, because that's who he will contact, if they encounter the vehicle from impound, they'll contact traffic follow-up unit for that.
I guess my question is on scene when you're entering that information, or maybe when you're doing it after the fact, are you entering it into a computer?
Oh, yes, in a computer, yes.
And is it into a system that you use on your computer?
Yes,
And what is that system?
I don't know the system.
Okay, is that a system that you use on every tow file is what we're calling?
Yes, this is in the same toll file that you said to start that.
So it's not a paper that you fill out by hand?
No, it's not.
And when you say you don't ever have one on you, is it safe for me to conclude that that's because it's not a paper, it's within your computer system?
Yes, that's how I was taught, and that's how we have it for our police department.
So it would be something that we could gain access to, which is not something you physically carry.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just so we're clear, there was no part of that vehicle that was broken into. So the console was not broken into, correct?
I did not search the vehicle, so I don't know.
Okay. And were you present while the vehicle, how about this?
I think he answered your question.
But I was gonna maybe ask another question.
You can
I'll
ask
set
another
up-
question. Usually we do direct to cross redirect.
Oh, you
But
don't do
We don't usually do a
Oh, okay,
recross,
I'll
but
sit
you,
down.
if you have another question, you
No,
can
it's
ask
okay.
it. All right.
That's fine, thank you.
So you do not have another question of the
I mean,
witness?
yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused from the people,
Yes, sure.
from the defense?
Yes.
All right, this witness is excused. Thank you for your appearance. And Ms. McComber, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. People call Alexis Robertson.
Here. I'm sorry. I think. Yeah. Here's 3. That's the only one I have. Maybe the other ones are up there. Let me see if I have.
All right, Officer Robertson, you can come up here. Officer, I'm going to have to stand right in front of me and spell and state your first name and your last name for the record.
Alexis, Alexis, Robertson, Robtson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and a penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Right, go and have a seat. The microphone is for recording purposes, so please project as best you can to the back of the room. And Ms. McComber, when you're ready.
Thank you. Officer Robertson, where are you employed?
City of Lansing Police Department.
And in what capacity are you employed with the City of Lansing Police Department?
I am a patrol officer with the K-9 unit.
And how long have you been with the City of Lansing Police Department in general?
Approximately 7 years, 5 months.
And how long have you been a K-9 officer?
Approximately over 3 years.
That's a K-9 officer, you said?
A handler, I should say. I'm sorry.
Oh.
K-9 handler.
Oh, no, I just need to write it down. Okay, okay. Whatever the PC term is. Okay. All right, thank you.
And what is your K-9 partner's name?
Echo.
The ECHO?
Yes.
Were you working on August 7th, 2024?
Yes.
And what shift were you working that day?
Night shift.
And what hours does that entail?
8:30 p.m. to 6:30 in the morning.
During your shift that day, did you have a reason to respond to North Pine and Genesee?
Yes.
Is that in the City of Lansing?
Yes.
Ingham County, Michigan?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
Officer Moore asked for more units to come to assist him.
And do you know what you were assisting in regarding? Was it a home, a traffic stop, something else?
A traffic stop.
When you arrived on scene, what if anything did you observe?
Officer Moore stated that he had a subject not getting outside of his vehicle.
And did you observe the vehicle that Officer Moore was referring to? What did you do in response to hearing that Officer Moore had a subject that would not get out of the vehicle?
I went up to the vehicle with Officer Candell and Officer Candell spoke to try to get the person outside of the vehicle.
And did that individual exit the vehicle when he was instructed to do so?
Not at first.
Approximately how long were you outside the vehicle with Officer Candell before the subject exited the vehicle?
I do not recall a time frame on that.
Safe to say it was, do you recall how many times the individual was told to get out of the vehicle?
Multiple times. I don't know an exact number.
Safe to say more than two?
Yes.
Ultimately, was that subject told he was under arrest?
Yes.
And during this time, did you ever indicate to the subject to get out of his vehicle?
I don't recall.
The vehicle, how was the vehicle parked in the roadway?
It was not parked completely inside of a parking spot on the side of the road.
As a result of the individual being arrested, the vehicle not being in a parking spot, what, if anything, did you and your officers on scene determine to do with the vehicle?
To tow the vehicle.
When the individual exited the vehicle, was there anything that you observed prior to your initial search?
Officer Moore stated that.
I'm
there
gonna
was-
object to what Officer Moore said.
Response, your stay?
You know, I can rephrase the question to make sure it was, I think maybe my question was overall.
So the objection sustained?
Is there anything that you personally observed before you initiated your search of the vehicle?
There was a lot of cash
And where was that cash?
on the defendant.
And what about within the vehicle? Did you look in the vehicle before you searched the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you observe anything prior to your search of the vehicle that caught your eye?
A silver scale that was sitting on the center console.
Now, initially, did you know this was a scale?
Not initially, no.
What did you initially believe this to be?
Possibly a phone.
When you conducted the search of the vehicle, what did you determine that what you believe to be initially a phone was?
Scale.
What do you mean by a scale?
It's a weighing unit for things to be weighed on.
And where was that located?
On the center console.
And did you locate anything else within the vehicle?
Within the center console, we found a clear plastic baggie with a white substance inside.
You say we, who do you mean?
Officer Candell and I.
Were you, again, there with your own eyes observing what is being found?
Yes.
And the clear plastic baggie that you found, why was, you said there was white substance inside, why was that important to you?
Because it's suspected to me it could have been narcotics along with the cash and the scale that was found.
In your 7 years in the Lansing Police Department, have you investigated cases or worked on cases that involve narcotics?
Yes.
You a lab technician?
No.
Would you say that on site, based on your experience, what you observed was consistent with what you know to be narcotics?
Yes.
And so there was a clear plastic baggie and another baggie inside of it?
Yes, there was a black bag as well inside of it.
And was that important to you in any way that there were two bags within, I guess, one bag within another?
Yes.
Why was that important to you?
Because it could be, or I would think that it possibly was two different substances.
And is that, again, based on your training and experience?
Yes.
What did you do with the plastic bags that you personally observed inside the center console?
We collected them and then I turned them over to Officer Moore.
At any point, were those substances weighed?
Yes.
No, I just want to know the numbers, that's all.
So,
I got the scale is what is number 4. Okay, got you. Got you. And 6, okay. 7. Okay. 9. 8. 11. Okay, I'm like, okay, got you now. Thank you.
I may approach the witness.
You may.
Also, I'm handing you what has been marked as people's proposed exhibits 3 through 11. Can you review those for me?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
In People's Exhibits 3 through 11, those are all photographs.
Yes.
Do they all accurately depict what you observed that day and the evidence that was seized that day?
Yes.
At this time, the people would move to admit Exhibits 3 through 11.
No objection for purposes of exam.
All right, so I have 3 previously admitted as 1, 2, and 3.
Oh my goodness,
Four through
4 through
4 through
11.
11?
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
So 4 through 11 as pursuant to no objection is admitted into evidence, 4 through 11.
Yeah, I think we did. Yeah. 1, 2, and 3.
Looking at People's Exhibit number 4, can you describe to the court what we're looking at in that photograph?
That would be the scale that was located on the center console.
And is that in its place in which it was located?
Yes.
Moving on to Exhibit number 5, can you describe what we're looking at in that photograph?
That would be the white substance found in the plastic baggie located in the center console.
Again, in its same positioning in which it was found.
Yes.
And Exhibit number 6, what are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the plastic baggie with the white substance as well as the black baggie inside.
And number 7?
This is the other side of the white substance and the clear baggie.
And what else does number 7 show? Do you see the black bag as well?
Not in this one.
I'm sorry, is that in Exhibit number 6?
Yes,
I
sorry.
apologize.
No,
Trying to look over the ledge too with you. Exhibit number 8, what do we see in that photograph?
this is the front side of the scale.
The scale that was located in the vehicle?
Yes.
And Exhibit number 9?
Is the the scale was open and took a picture of the scale inside.
And Exhibit number 10, what do we see in that photograph?
This is in our evidence room, the scale.
And to be clear, this scale that we see in Exhibit number 10, it was not seized from Mr. Alexander's vehicle.
No.
That is a tool used by the Lansing Police Department.
Yes.
And finally, in Exhibit number 11, what do we see there?
This would be the weight of the narcotics that we tested.
What was the overall weight?
58.5 grams.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibits 4 through 11 to the court?
Yes, and then if I could have 1, 2, and 3 also. All right, you may proceed, Ms. McComer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Ms. Diallo.
Oh, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Now, okay, so you're Officer Robertson.
Robertson. Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't know Judge Robertson. Okay, so, and you had your K-9, did you have your partner with you that day?
Yes.
Okay, and so you had a body worn cam on as well, correct?
Yes.
All right, did you search the vehicle?
Yes.
Did you ever have to break anything to get into, let's say, the center compartment, if you remember?
I wasn't the one that opened it.
Oh, okay.
So.
Did it appear as if it had been broken?
No.
Okay, all righty. And we can rely upon your body cam as the more accurate indicator of what happened out there that day, correct?
Yes.
Just one second, I don't think I have any other questions, but hold on. Guess what? I don't have any other questions for you, ma'am, and good morning to you.
Good morning.
Ms. McComer, read right.
None, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from the
Yes,
people,
please.
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Yes, please.
All right, witness, you're excused. Thank you for your service today. Your next witness, Ms. McComer.
Thank you. People call Sandar Candell. Sandar Candell. Sam.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, that's fine.
Officer Candell, you can come right up here and please state and spell your first name and last name for the record.
My first name is Sagar, and last name is Kendall, spelled S-A-G-A-R. Last name is K-A-N-D-L.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, have a seat. The microphone is for recording purposes, so please amplify to the back of the courtroom as best you can. And Ms. McComer, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Candell.
Good morning.
Sir, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed by the Lansing Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Lansing Police Department?
I've been employed as a police officer for about 5.5 years.
What is your current position with the Lansing Police Department?
My current position is I'm assigned to the road patrol as a patrol officer.
And as a patrol officer, what are some of your job duties?
Some of my job duties is obviously to respond to 911 calls for service and also to enforce state laws and traffic violations.
Were you working on the early morning of August 7th, 2024?
I was.
And during that shift, I guess what shift were you working on?
I was working the night shift.
And what hours does that entail?
Our night shift entails from 8:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m.
And during your shift, did you have a reason to respond to Genesee and North Pine?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the city of Lansing,
It is.
Ingham County, Michigan?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say 6:30 p.m.? 8:30 to 6:30. Okay, thank you.
What was the purpose of your response that day?
I responded there with Officer Robertson to assist my partner, Officer Moore, who's on a traffic stop in that intersection.
And upon arrival, what, if anything, did you observe?
Once I got there, I observed that Officer Moore had stopped a vehicle for a traffic violation, and I went up to him and I made contact with Officer Moore.
And what did you learn upon making contact with Officer Moore?
I learned from Officer Moore that.
Might I object just to hearsay on that?
Any response to the hearsay objection as to what the officer learned from another officer?
Yes, Your Honor, it's not being offered for its truth, it's being offered to show what the officer did next in his portion of the investigation.
Right, so I will not take any of it substantively. I'll only to how this led to further investigation that he'll testify as to what he saw.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so the objection is overruled, but I've made the ruling clarifying the objection.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. What did you learn from Officer Moore?
I learned that Officer Moore had stopped the vehicle and he explained to me that the driver was acting odd and had refused to step out of the vehicle, and Officer Moore had asked him to during his initial contact.
And when you arrived, were you in a fully marked police vehicle?
I was.
And were you in full police uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you learned that the driver or the occupant had refused to exit the vehicle for Officer Moore?
I then went to the vehicle and I made contact with the occupant or the sole driver that was in the vehicle.
Now, in your role with the Lansing Police Department, aside from being a road patrol officer, do you hold any other roles within the Lansing Police Department?
Yes, ma'am. I'm part of several different specialized units.
And what are some of those roles in those specialized units?
Some of the roles is I'm a field training officer, which means I train newer officers that graduate from police academies, and I'm also a part of our tactical team as a crisis negotiator and recruiting, honor guard, and several other assignments.
As a crisis negotiator, can you explain to the court what that means?
My role as a negotiator is I respond to assist officers when they're dealing with people in crisis, suicidal subjects, barricaded subjects, people that are just situations that are somewhat above what a road patrol officer would respond to, and my job is to basically talk to those people and come to a safe resolution.
In your role as a crisis negotiator, do you have to go to training in order to become a crisis negotiator?
Yes, ma'am.
The tools and the tactics that you learn as a crisis negotiator, do you ever use those within your regular road patrol duties?
Every day.
And so when you approach the vehicle, at that time, were you a crisis negotiator?
So crisis negotiator is a secondary assignment. So my primary function is a police officer, but I'm also a negotiator. I'm a negotiator all the time, but it's not my primary function.
That was a super important question. My question was, had you already been certified or in the position of crisis negotiator prior to this traffic stop?
I was, yes.
Okay. And in this traffic stop, you were working as a road patrol officer?
Correct.
As a backup officer?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you approached the vehicle, can you tell the court what happened?
When I approached the vehicle, I observed that all the windows were super tinted. It was really difficult for me to see inside. There was a single occupant driver. The window was partially rolled down, and I began speaking with the driver. And obviously, based on the circumstances, I'd asked him to step out of the vehicle so I could talk to him, where I could effectively see him and in a controlled environment. And once I asked him to step out numerous times, he refused to step out, and he was basically repressed.
Now you had noted that the windows were tinted and it was very difficult to see inside. Why was that of note to you?
Well, I was already informed that
The objections to hearsay, but I'm sure it's not going to be, go to the truth of the matter asserted, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so it's not used, being used substantively, what you heard, only as to further the investigation at this time.
Thank you. Why was it of note to you?
it was a note to me because it's obviously almost 2 o'clock in the morning. It's really dark. I can't see inside the vehicle. And for the purposes of officer safety, it's kind of important for me to see what's in the vehicle from outside and kind of track the driver's hands and movements and stuff like that. So make sure that we're safe and the driver's safe and the situation's under control.
And so you had stated before that you had asked the driver to exit and he did not comply. Do you know how many times you asked the driver to exit the vehicle?
It was a lot of times, but I don't know the exact number.
Safe to say more than 2?
Absolutely.
Ultimately, you said that you had told the driver he was going to be under arrest.
Correct, ma'am, yes.
Did he exit the vehicle at that time?
No, ma'am.
How, at some point, is the defendant or is Mr. Alexander out of the vehicle?
Yes.
How does that come to be?
Well, I advised him multiple times that I wanted him to step out of the vehicle. I even cited the case law that requires him to do that, but he absolutely refused to get out. Ultimately, I had to reach inside the vehicle and kind of open the door from inside because it was locked. Once I came, he was under arrest. And I opened the door and he was placed under arrest after that.
And once he was placed under arrest, did you do a search of his person incident to arrest?
I did.
Did you, when you were doing a search of his person, were you looking for weapons on his person as part of that search?
Absolutely.
Did you find any weapons on his person?
Not find any weapons on it.
What, if anything, did you find?
While searching, while doing a custodial search, I located a large sum of US currency in his pants. I then turned that over to Officer Moore, the security.
And was that of note to you that you found a large currency?
I did, yes.
Why?
With the amount that it was in his pockets, it was an unusual thing because I don't see on an everyday basis, I don't see people with that much amount of money in their possession or in their pockets. So it was definitely a note to me, based on everything else that we located afterwards that played a part.
So after Mr. Alexander was searched and placed under arrest, where does he go?
He went in the backseat of a patrol vehicle that belonged to another officer.
And what did you do once Mr. Alexander was in the back of the patrol vehicle?
Once he was in the back, I handed the money to Officer Moore, and I then went to the vehicle and we conducted a search.
Who was we?
We, as in the other officers that were there, Officer Robertson, and those other officers that were on the scene.
And what, if anything, did you locate within the vehicle during the search?
Well, before we conducted a full search, I had observed a scale.
Your client, Mr. Milks.
I couldn't hear. Oh.
I was just making sure we didn't have another witness in the courtroom.
Yeah, could you clear it up? So there's a lot going on.
There was a distraction in the courtroom.
Yes. Can you describe what you observed in the vehicle? I'm sorry, let's start that question.
Yes, so before we started, Officer Robertson I was riding with that night, it was also there, advised that she had saw a scale.
Would that be for, if I object, for hearsay, you're gonna say it's not substantive, right?
I don't know. I've got to hear the objection. So objection, you say?
Yeah.
Response.
Yeah, I can actually ask the officer to limit to just what he personally saw.
Excellent. So the objection sustained and just testifies to what you saw personally.
Well, while searching it, I searched the center console of the vehicle and I observed a large clear plastic baggie with white substance that I identified based on my experience and training as a police officer as cocaine. And I seized the suspected controlled substance and basically decided as evidence.
And the bag of cocaine that you, or suspected cocaine that you observed, have you arrested individuals or come into contact with individuals who use narcotics or cocaine?
Absolutely.
Is that something that you do on a regular basis? Do you come into contact with individuals that distribute, sell, or manufacture suspected narcotics?
I do.
That's something that you also do on a regular basis in the city of Lansing.
Yes.
The amount that you observed at that time, was that more consistent within your experience and training as a user amount or as a distribution amount?
It was absolutely a distribution amount of cocaine.
And after locating the bag of suspected cocaine within the center console, What, if anything else, did you locate within the vehicle?
Within the clear plastic baggie, there was another black baggie that was inside it, which we later found out it contained.
Just 1 second, sir. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, thank you.
There was another black plastic baggie that was inside the clear baggie that we also seized.
Could you, Judge, if you could just say what he sees, I would appreciate it. I'm trying to keep good notes.
So based on what he saw,
Right.
that's what you're testifying to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I seized the clear baggie with suspected cocaine, and inside the clear baggie, there was also a black baggie inside as well.
Thank you. And why was it of note to you that there was a separate baggie inside of the larger bag?
It's with the amount of narcotic, the size of the suspected cocaine that was in it, that it being another baggie inside, it shows that usually it wouldn't be in that same packaging. Like if it's a different package, multiple packaging, that means that they're trying to sell that rather than for personal use. It's two different packaging.
And at any point, was the suspected cocaine tested in any way to determine what the actual substance was?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that test, or what was the nature of that test?
The nature of the test is once we went to our headquarters or our lockup, we had a device called TrueNarc that I utilized to confirm the.
Yes.
You utilized the TrueNarc device. Are you trained in how to utilize that device?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe just the general process of using the TrueNarc?
TrueNarc device, we start by obviously unlocking it, and there's a code that we have to put in for it to get started. And we do a thing called self-check, which checks to make sure that the system's up to date on it. And once the self-check passes, we can start scanning the substance without having to remove it from the packaging. And it scans it from the outside, and it's pretty accurate on what the substance is, which came back positive with cocaine as I suspected.
And you said that the TrueNarc itself, you do not have to open the package.
Correct.
Why is that important to you?
It's important for officer safety because when you deal with narcotics like that, there's oftentimes it's laced with fentanyl, which is deadly. So not having to remove it from the packaging, it ensures that we're safe and we're not getting exposed to fentanyl while testing the substance.
And you're utilizing the TrueNarc, is it designed to test substances through things such as plastic baggies?
Correct. Yes.
The self-check that you described in the beginning of the process, do you do a self-check prior to each scan that you conduct?
Right.
And in this specific case, did the TrueNarc machine pass each self-check?
It did.
And did you TrueNarc the larger bag of the white substances?
I TrueNarc that and also the black plastic bag.
But if I may approach the witness?
You may.
Is that gonna be 12 and 13?
Yes, ma'am.
No objection.
So the amendments.
I don't object to admitting.
Also, I'm handing you people's exhibits 12 and 13, which have been admitted by stipulation.
So 12 and 13 are admitted pursuant to stipulation.
Right.
Thank you.
Are those photographs of the scans of both the white baggie and the smaller black bag?
Correct, ma'am.
And are they, the scans themselves, are they numbered as far as what the number of the scan is?
Yes, ma'am.
And in people's exhibit number 12, what number scan do you see there?
2663.
And in 2663, what did that come back positive for? Or
It came
confirmed
back-
for?
Came back positive for cocaine base.
Was that the smaller black baggie that you had tested?
Yes, ma'am.
And people's exhibit number 13, what is that scan number?
Also came, the scan number is 2661. Positive for cocaine as well.
And that was a larger white substance, the larger bag of white substance.
Correct.
Thank you. Oh, may I publish those to the court?
You may.
Oh, yeah.
That would be exhibits 12 and 13.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any further questions for the witness, Mr. Cole?
Just a couple, and
No.
Cross-examination, Ms. Diallo.
Yeah, okay, so can I see exhibit, is this 1 and 3? Yeah. This one. All of them, okay, so
And I'll let me
I'm
do
going to
available.
show you, I
So
just
here's
need
the
1
1
and
through
3.
12.
I just need 1, 2, and 3. Permission?
You may approach and take what you need.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as People's Exhibit 1. Wait a minute, hold on. 1, 2, and okay, 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so can you take a look at the windows on Exhibit 1? The front window, correct? You can see that?
The windshield?
Windshield, correct.
Yes, yes.
Okay, does it appear to be tinted heavily?
The front windshield?
Yes.
From this photo with the lighting, it does not.
Okay. All righty, and then let's look at exhibit number 2. Can you see into the vehicle from the back at least?
Not quite. It's,
But you can see there are seats in the vehicle and things of that nature, correct?
yes.
Okay. All right, and so when we're talking about a parking space, this vehicle, as you know, was part of a traffic stop, correct?
Right.
And so during a traffic stop, are people allowed to perfectly park in a parking space? Or must they stop the vehicle where they safely can?
Where the safety can.
Okay, that's fair. And so you are a negotiator. You're a lot of things, aren't you? Congratulations. I don't have any other questions for you, and I'm gonna give, you could give those exhibits back to the judge. I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right,
you.
any redirect, Ms. McCollum? May this witness be excused from the people,
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you for your appearance today. You're all set.
Thank you, Judge.
Any further witnesses, Ms. McCollum?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
All right. Do the people rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any witnesses today, Ms. Diallo?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right. Motion for bind over, Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, first, I'd like to, I guess, discuss the people's request to add charges for resulting in resisting or obstructing a police officer. Based on the testimony by Officer Moore and Officer Campbell, both officers testified that they were in full police uniform, both driving fully marked police vehicles, that upon making contact with Mr. Alexander, both officers asked Mr. Alexander to exit the vehicle multiple times, commanded Mr. Alexander to exit the vehicle. And each time Mr. Alexander simply replied, no, I will not get out of the vehicle, refused to comply with their lawful commands to exit the vehicle. Based on that, we'd be asking for the court to add an additional 2 counts of resisting or obstructing a police officer onto the information at bind over.
Would that be request for a motion for bind over for count 2?
2 and 3.
And that would be, 2 would be as to Officer Moore,
Yes, Your Honor. Donovan Moore
and then 3 would be,
for Officer Sager Kendall.
all right, thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, I can do.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, in regards to count 1, the delivery manufacturer or the possession with intent to deliver more than 50 grams of the mixture containing cocaine. Based on the testimony, combined testimony from officers Moore, Robertson, and Candell, Alexander was stopped in this traffic stop, and in plain view was a scale on top of the center console. Inside of that center console, Your Honor, it was a large baggie containing white powdery substances that the officers identified as consistent with what they know to be cocaine. Inside that was a separate, smaller black plastic baggie. Upon the TrueNarc testing, the TrueNarc being testified to by Officer Candell as the machine that was used specifically to test narcotics through a plastic bag, and that had been checked prior to its use to make sure that it was working properly, came back as suspected cocaine, and confirmed through that TrueNarc in both of those bags, Your Honor. The total weight of that being over 50 grams, that weight being 58.5 grams in total. We'd ask the court to bind over on count 1. Also within the vehicle, I'm sorry, on Mr. Alexander was a large amount of money. The explanation for that money, Your Honor, was that he works for a barber that he knew a nickname for, but could not give any sort of contact information for, although the officers did have Mr. Alexander's cell phone, and we know that because Mr. Alexander asked the officer to use that cell phone to call his girlfriend. The story that Officer Moore said gave him pause was that Mr. Alexander would work for somebody but not know how to contact them, have this large amount of money at 2 a.m., have a vehicle in which he had explained to Officer Moore that he had just dropped his girlfriend off from work, but upon further investigation, Officer Moore learned different facts from the girlfriend and talking with her. Mr. Alexander refusing to get out of the vehicle in the initial traffic stop and telling officers that there were no guns or drugs located within the vehicle. That scale being in plain view next to what Mr. Alexander described to Officer Moore as where his smokes were in the center, I'm sorry, in the cup holder right in front of the center console. There would be no way for Mr. Alexander to not see that scale. The only thing as the court can see that's inside that center console are the suspected narcotics or the confirmed narcotics, the shooter. Based on the weight, the amount of currency found on Mr. Alexander, and the fact that there is also a scale and the 2 separate bags of the cocaine, we'd ask this court to find over in count 1.
Any response to the objection for the motion to bind over Ms. Diallo?
I'm sorry. So you added. I got you. Well, I think for count 1, we will proceed with a motion to suppress a constitutional issue at the circuit court. So I'm not going to play with that one. Counts 2 and 3. So there is case law that says you can resist an unlawful arrest. However, that has to be dealt with. That's the affirmative defense at the circuit court level as well. So of course I object to everything, Judge, but I'm going to sit down right here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Diallo.
Thank you.
Any response or rebuttal to the response, Ms. McCollum?
The only thing I would say is that Pennsylvania v. Mims does allow a police officer to require a driver of a vehicle to exit the vehicle on a traffic stop for officer safety purposes. There does not have to be a misdemeanor arrest or a felony arrest pending. It's simply on a traffic stop for officer safety. I believe the officer safety concerns were testified to by all 3 officers. So we have to go right.
All right, thank you. So at the probable cause level, the standard for district court is probable cause, preliminary examination standard. As to date, location, and venue, the court finds that the date was August 7th, 2024. This is in the vicinity of Pine and Genesee, as indicated. This was an ongoing traffic stop, but it did happen in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. So I believe that location, venue, and date have been made at a probable cause level. Identification was made by Officer Moore as to the identification. So identification is made pursuant to location, venue, ID, and date. So those 4 items are made by probable cause level. At the offenses, so I find that there is probable cause to believe the defendant did possess, knew the cocaine, the tested cocaine was in possession of such. I think we can, that was found in the motor vehicle that he was driving. There was a scale next to him on the outside of the console. Inside was the package of cocaine. You can make arguments that there's supplemental indicators or multiple indicators due to packaging, that it may have been. There's a weight of 56 grams, I believe, is the total weight of the entire 58.8 of the entire baggage and mixture. That would lead one to believe that the amount is for possession with intent to deliver over 50 grams, but less than 450 grams, and that it was tested and it did test positive for cocaine. So I find the elements of possession with intent to deliver 50 grams or more, or 50 grams more, but less than 450 grams of a mixture containing the controlled substance of cocaine is met at a probable cause level in count 1. Count 2 and count 2 and 3 are add-on requests on resisting and obstructing police officers' lawful commands. This was at the time, this was a traffic stop. The individual at some point in time was asked to remove himself from his vehicle. There was some discussion concerning license and other things, but he was asked to remove himself. He refused to. And that impeded an investigation, a lawful investigation, at least to a civil infraction for the speeding, and then for a civil infraction as to the lack of the use of the turn signal. And so the stop was made, the pullover was made, and then the defendant refused to remove himself from the vehicle for various reasons. And so I believe count 2, resisting and obstructing, as to Officer Robertson is found by location, venue, ID, and date, and the elements of the offense. I found count 3, resisting, obstructing, as to Officer Sagar Candell, is met at a probable cause level for location, venue, ID, and date, and offense. So, Mr. Deshawn, you will go to circuit court. Your time in district court is done, and you're on to circuit court, which is the trial court in this matter. And the examination was held on today's date, which is October 17th, 2024. I do not give you your next date in circuit court at this level. We don't do arraignments that way. Some counties do, we don't. So you will get your next date to appear in circuit court from your counsel. That will give you the date, and then you'll probably get a written waiver of arraignment up there in circuit court. So anything else? So it's bound over on 3 counts. Anything else on the record in docket 24-02302, Ms. McComb?
Or just for clarification, for count 2, the resisting and obstructing was supposed to be for Officer Moore, not
Moore?
Officer Roberts.
Yeah. Did I say Robertson?
Yes, you got it.
All right.
Sorry.
So count 2 is Officer Moore, and count 3 is Officer Candell.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's nothing further from the people.
Nothing further from me.
All right. You're all set. You'll get your next date from your defense attorney, Ms. Dahlia. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
If you want.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll probably.
Transcript of the finding.
Oh, I gotta come do what? I gotta come get a transcript. I gotta come under the law.
And then I'll return exhibits 1 through 12 to you,
Deposit too, right?
or
I'll send you a letter.
they'll get lost in our file.
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
so do you want me to turn this back into you?
Yep, Ms. Maycomer needs to sign it as well.
Oh, okay.
And then I will send you a retainer
Oh,
letter.
that's, oh, interesting. Well, it's black, 'cause I'm sure about you.
Oh, it's not black.
Okay.
It's blue though.
It's okay. No, you go back. We're good with you. It's green. That's okay. What kind of color? Pink and green. They're still playing with me. Pink and green. 52036.
And whenever the court's ready, if we could go on Hidalgo real quick.
Yes. Let
Actually,
me
it's
finish them.
right.
Yeah, no
So the
problem.
second one is Moore, and the third one is
Yes.
clarifying that.
Oh, thank you.
There's only one count, right, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw a second one and then I couldn't find it.
I don't
All right.
think there was.
You're right.
I tried to write those in there
Okay.
for the RNOs as to which ones. Are we ready to go on?
Yes. Mr. Hidalgo.
Hidalgo. All right. Rights around the record in docket 24-02188. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Javier Hidalgo. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Milks.
And good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Milton, behalf of Mr. Hidalgo. Mr. Hidalgo is present, staying to my right at this time.
And sir, you are Javier Hidalgo, is that correct?
Sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a plea today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe an agreement has been met here. Mr. Hidalgo has pled guilty on a circuit court file 24-000-294-FH, and that is at the 30th Circuit Court.
Give me that file number again.
Yeah, no problem. 24-000-294-FH, and it is on the Nolly as well.
All right.
Pursuant to negotiations, it's my understanding that Mr. Hidalgo will agree to pay restitution in the amount of $5,500 to the victim in this matter, Mr. John Curry, as part of his sentencing on the file that's currently in 30th Circuit.
So that's on the file you just indicated.
That is correct. And this file would be dismissed today. And I just want to make a brief record as to the amount. Pursuant to MCL 780.77 or 766B, the vehicle in this matter was returned to the victim. However, the return of the vehicle was inadequate in this matter as the repair cost for the vehicle exceeds the vehicle's value. So at this time, the repair costs that we received were around $7,000. There's some dispute as to whether some of the damage was done in the course of the criminal conduct. However, there has been an agreement that the replacement value is a more appropriate value at this time, and that is the Kelly Blue Book value of $5,500.
So that's so restitution's being made on the 30th Circuit Court file, the number you indicated, and that's just been clarified.
Yes.
That's the stipulated to restitution.
That's correct.
And then, so the Nolly Pross would indicate that this case is dismissed without prejudice, and that includes anything concerning this file.
That's correct.
Mr. Milks, is that your understanding of the plea agreement and the global resolution?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. It would be dismissed with prejudice if everything goes through, would be my understanding. People would not be bringing it back. But as for purposes of today, obviously they could reissue if something goes through.
Yeah, I think I'll dismiss it without prejudice because that's not, the restitution hasn't gone through in the hearing, and that means the global resolution has not worked out, and so that kind of resurrects everything that's involved. But
that is correct, Your Honor, what you stated.
I will indicate that the Nolly does have that per a global resolution on the file on 30th. So I think if that resolution goes through per the plea agreements, even though this case is dismissed without prejudice, we would be precluded from reissuing because the plea agreement goes through, is my understanding.
Yes.
All right. Do you have a Nolly
I
Pross
do.
to that effect? All right. And I'll read the Nolly into the record so that we have a full understanding.
And we do agree to what Ms. Wilson stated. Your Honor.
All right. I'm in possession of the Nolly Pross or order of dismissal for case number 2402-188. This resolves this file in regards to the stolen property case, which is the felony, pursuant to the motion for dismissal per global resolution on 30th Circuit Court and file 24000924 and the terms placed on the record for this dismissal. I'm going to grant the dismissal without prejudice and then wait for the restitution amount to be made in circuit court. But this case should not be resurrected unless that resolution doesn't go through for some reason. And so anything else for the record in 2402-188, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Milks?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hidalgo, you're all set. So you'll be dealing with the global resolution in circuit court.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
And Wendy, if you could scan a copy of the Nolly for me, Mr. Behrman's requesting a copy.
Megan, would you please?
No, that's fair.
So what is that 30th Circuit Court? Where is Mr. Behrman in circuit?
Judge Recolino.
Excellent.
Randy and Andy are there.
All right.
Well, that was a fun morning.
Yeah, so Miss Wanji has Mr. Benson.
Yes, and that is a.
He's Jennifer Lawton file.
Yeah, Jen
All right.
Lawton file. And I believe Ms. Wanji indicated earlier that they were planning on waiving the 21 days, but she didn't seem all that certain.
All right. We'll wait to see her.
Yeah.
What her client says. All right. All right, I think we. -02875. That is People of the State of Michigan versus William Vinson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Lawton,
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jennifer Lawton on behalf of the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Melanie Lpiwanji for Mr. Vincent.
And sir, you are William Vinson, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding? Ms. Lawton, what did I call you, Ms. Wilson?
That's okay.
Well, that's what I did all morning, so. Ms. Lawton, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've spoken to Ms. Wanji about this. If the court will recall, this was a case where when we were here initially, Mr. Vincent did not have an attorney. And so we adjourned at that time to appoint someone from the Public Defender's Office. I believe that Ms. Wanji has a request for an adjournment today, so I will let her address that, but the people have no objection.
Ms. Wanji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have not had time to sit down with Mr. Vincent and discuss the case. Yesterday, he was in court on his previous case. And so we would like a short adjournment so that I have time to go over the discovery. So I will give him an informed decision on how to deal with.
All right, and I'll indicate for the record that the 21-day rule was waived on October 4th, 2024. The people have no objection to the adjournment, is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'll adjourn this matter. And we'll reset, I think, a couple weeks out. So we were using the 30th and we were using the 31st date, but I don't know if that, let's see what's available. Sweet.
1:30 in the afternoon on Halloween.
Okay, so October 31st at 1:30.
Your Honor, I have a pre-trial and circuit court at 1 o'clock on the 31st.
Let's try. And that may go. What else do we have available? That might be the afternoon, I would think, depending. I mean, where's it at?
Judge JMO at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so that could be anywhere, depending on if he's on the bench or, you know, it could be 1 to 3 or 1 to 3:30. So I don't think we want to use the October 31st afternoon date.
Are any of the witnesses minor children?
No.
No.
We have APAC day already on the 31st, but we can add it to the morning at 9.
You want to try October 31st at 9?
That's fine.
Okay. October 31st at 9 a.m. So we'll reschedule for October 31st at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02875, Ms. Lawton?
Nothing for the people. Thank
Ms.
you.
Wanji?
Nothing for the defense.
All right, Mr. Vincent, we'll see you on October 31st at 9 o'clock. All right, sir.
Notice for you in a second. Here is how it's. Okay.
That was the one we had scheduled for the afternoon.
That's your whole docket.
Yeah. We ran a prelim this morning that went about 2 hours.
I heard Wendy was filling me in.
Oh, is she? It was, I thought Natalie McComber did a nice job. I thought she really did a nice job.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. I thought she did a nice job. I thought everybody did a nice job, but everybody's, you know, playing their role, but I thought she did a nice job.
It's kind of crazy week for all of us because we're training on
That's-
this new system.
You are not the first person to tell me that. Abigail was talking about the training, and then Andrew Stevens came in and said that he's going through the same training. So
Yeah, it's literally our entire office. And
good luck with that.
It's insane. And
Yep.
I'm the lucky one who's on call this weekend when we do the switch. So
Oh, no, John.
like I'm in for a treat. this
I would just
weekend.
expect a chaos then. Yep, yeah,
yes.
just expect it.
Yes.
Because nothing's gonna come easy.
No.
Yeah, that's just the way it is.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks,
We'll see,
Mom.
Ms. Wanji.
Thank you, John.
All right.
Yeah, it's easy enough.